Hey Augustus, welcome. Cletus says, I'm currently coding, so probably will not always be able to pay full attention. That's not a problem. I'm gonna just do some editor work, so it shouldn't require that, but it's good to have you here. I know you are also helping with the project, with the Augustus mod. So if anything shows up, it's always good to have some people around so I can verify if something is a bug or if just, you know, I'm making some sort of oversight, anything like that. Need to set up my Visual Studio Code as well, because we'll be using that today for creating the German mutation of the Conquered campaign after I'm happy with the map changes. Have you seen the teaser of the border tool from Sephirex? No, I haven't, but I know he's working on the Empire map editor, which I know he's been also working on just an overall improvement to the editor system, hopefully as a separate program, because handling all of that in Season 3 is, at this point, not practical. So we should probably have some sort of external editor who's gonna just come with the Augustus, and then you use it to be able to use and, you know, have a text editor as well inside that, so that we don't have to use XMLs hopefully in the future for all the map making. But I know the borders are one of the worst parts of making a custom empire, because they can be extremely tedious. It also is the case for like trade route pathing, setting up multiple cities, messages and events, structuring, yes, all of that as well. But with borders, it's like twice as bad. So hopefully he's gonna come up with that, because the thing is, the biggest sort of choke point for map makers today is that all these things require quite a bit of technical know-how, which you need to kind of get, because a lot of these people they never really used coding, they never even used Visual Studio Code, they don't know what a real text editor looks like, but they would, for example, want to make maps. So hopefully that's no longer gonna limit people's creativity, that you have to kind of figure out a lot of these things, which would be helpful for the mod overall, because the more maps and map makers there are, obviously the more content there is for the game on the mod, which then increases the playtime, especially if we were able to somehow link Haven Games to the game directly, so you can just go to that site without having to search for it independently, which that's also why a lot of people who might come to the game from childhood might not even realize that there are indeed custom maps. And they often play through the OG campaign. It doesn't feel super good, because a lot of those maps, they don't really work well with the new features of Augustus. And so they play it a little bit and then, oh, it's cool, and then they leave and, you know, come back after a couple of years. Well, potentially that's a player that could have been enjoying more of the game, given access to more of these options. However, how to do it is always, and always has been, a little bit difficult for these people to figure out. So there's definitely a good reason for him to work on that, but as I understand it, it's probably difficult because he needs to make it from scratch, as far as I understand. Let's switch. Today we'll probably do just a screen capture. I'm working on a similar tool as well without knowing of him doing that. Yeah, I mean, duplicating the work probably doesn't sound very good, so I'm sure we can work together to come up with something. He will for sure appreciate any help, because I know he's been pretty much alone on a lot of the features he's been tasked on working with or on, and so, you know, more people would probably be able to do it faster, as far as I know. Also, just before we start, I need to grab an Augustus upgrade, or sorry, update. Reason being, we need that. We need that because there's been a fix with the editor spawning the native assets from last time we streamed this. Hey Brutade, welcome. Prostagma. Vuome. Started like I was 2 years younger. Right. Well, I imagine it takes a lot of effort to design something like that. Let's go ahead and load into. We need to verify maps one by one. Go into it and see if I want to make any changes. Then we wrap this version, and we save it as the Conquered update. However, then I'm also gonna go and modify the files one by one, creating new saves from the maps that require it. A reason for it is that we have, let me just check. On my Discord, there's a campaign forum channel where you can post suggestions, but also there's a testing channel and voice acting that we'll have. I don't have the voice acting yet, so we still need to use the AI. However, there is the German translation from Destination Walker. He used the AI and then he verified it personally to make sure there aren't any mistakes. He's a teacher, so I suspect that his corrections are gonna be spot on. Of course, he might have missed something, but this is the way to bring it to, you know, even more people by allowing a mutation. This is a lot of effort to do, not just on his part, but also I need to basically double up my workload to wrap up the campaign. But which is also gonna complicate like future updates for this specific German version. But I also don't know how am I gonna share it. Like, is it gonna be a separate Haven post? I don't know. Probably not. Probably gonna wrap it into one and then say people should just look into the folder and pick the version they want. But obviously that will add an extra step to setting it up, which isn't necessarily the greatest thing, because all the guides and everything shows how you just take it, extract it, and it works. Which currently, if I did that, then it wouldn't. So potentially it could, you know, create a host of unnecessary difficulties. Change the campaign name to Conquered in the German word as well. I don't think that's necessary. What would that even be? Oh boy. Rekeroberungsfeldsung. Okay, I'm gonna stop. Yeah, I don't think that's necessary, is it? Zurukskorbert. Okay. No, he's not doing that, as far as I know. I mean, I could ask him. Let's ping him. Kampagne. Okay. I mean, I could name it that. It doesn't really matter. If I have a folder that contains like 4 different language variants, right? Then we can call it specific language variants. But the thing is, people opening that folder, even when not speaking that language, should be able to tell what version is this. Do I need this? Because if it's just in German and there is no notes, then they would assume, oh, what is this file? Why is it here? You know. So I don't know. How many lines are there? I can maybe show you, but I don't know. Let's check. A lot. A lot. So for example, just Lindem. We are interested in the intro, so that's this part. So that's 36 lines of text just for one map for the intro. We don't read the further messages except victory screens as well. Which, I mean, the victory screen usually is just a very simple, what is it? Wall victory. It's just a, 2 sentences basically. So that's not a big deal, but it would also need to be provided. The other messages don't need to be voice acted. The main one does. But it usually ends, edicts are not said normally. That's just for reading. But instructions and historical background both are read. It's 20 maps. For each it's a victory message and intro message. Reconnecting. Is the stream dead? No, it's back, right? I don't know why it was reconnecting. Are there different characters that read the messages, or is it always the same advisor? Well, no, there is no. So there was a proconsul and Caesar in the original, and we also had that in the first version of the Conquer. However, that has been reworked so that we only have one AI voice right now. And that's because we had to simplify it, and also due to copyright reasons, we cannot use anyone who's involved with the original game. So it's just the normal AI voice that handles everything. So one character would be fine. But obviously, the original had Caesar and proconsul, and those kind of, sometimes you get narration from Caesar, sometimes you get it from the proconsul, and some of the messages specifically are done by him, which then adds a little bit of variety, complexity. It's pretty good. In the original German version of the game, there wasn't the proconsul. Okay. I mean, that wouldn't necessarily hurt to have it though, as far as I know. And we do have quite a lot of Germans in my community. So I assume that if we wanted to have another voice, and it would be really just a couple of messages to read. Yeah, I know. Brutality as well, and Destination Walker, obviously. We've got plenty. So I assume that if we had someone doing most of the narration, and then we want to sprinkle in like 3 missions read by someone else just to give it a little bit of a feel, then obviously we could possibly find someone like that. More of a problem might be for Polish. I know probably 3 people who do speak Polish or are from Poland, therefore they could also handle that. But I would like some sort of consistency with the versions. For the English version narration, by the way, it's gonna be done by Raging Gamer. He's a Kiwi. He's from New Zealand, but his English is pretty good. Although I would probably advocate for adding that additional voice just to have that variety. And if it's not too much work, we could probably find someone to do it. Because if it's just like 3 missions, narration, obviously that's way less work than doing all 20. Yeah, I know Seth is Polish. That's why I was mentioning him. He is gonna work on translating the version to Polish already, but I don't know if he's up to voice acting it as well. Maybe, you know, who knows. So anyway, let's get to the Conquer adjustments. We need to do some final touch-ups before we start wrapping up versions. So here on Ostia, I feel like we should, overall today, what we should do is take a look at where farmland is and usually make it a bit more standoutish, clustering it so it looks more dense. I don't like how it's sometimes way too dispersed. So adding a couple of tiles will just make it look way more cohesive. So let's go ahead and do that. These aren't like huge changes or anything, but it is important. Looks better. Now this little island, I'm not sure if I can cluster that better. Let's check. Now also, it's always been a bit awkward to build here, but now it's a little bit wider, so you can indeed put a farm here and then also have a shortcut here, or you can bridge and still use this little island, which was the idea the entire time. I feel like this one rock in the block is serving a valuable purpose of showing you what the rocks are and how to deal with them. Even though it does take a spot for a house, you can then put a prefect or engineer here. It makes you think about those sorts of things. Same with this rock, actually, we should move that one. As long as this one doesn't look awful. It looks fine. This one we probably want to keep. There is a dock spot in here. However, doesn't really matter. I could move the block itself a little, just so that you have more space to work with over here. We don't want the Ostia to feel too overwhelming or crowded, but obviously it should provide you already with some things to think about. Because, you know, it's the Conquer campaign, you should be thinking about things. And so it's all about sort of, as you start, we expect people who come into this mission to be kind of new. It can be overwhelming, but it needs to at least start showing you some basic concepts. And also, obviously, you know, even get away with mistakes, that's expected. But with these dock spots, I feel like we might want to move this block a little bit, and that would be okay to do so. I know it's scary when the block isn't necessarily straight, but I feel like it would be a beneficial thing to have. Yogi says, front L, going how electronic? What? Not sure what you mean, but this is still keeping the best block layout. It's just that it's curved. What I will do though is stretch it a little bit. Even though it shouldn't be necessary to build this much. Some people otherwise build weird, they do. I've avoided that though for a reason that you should experiment with it. There is one pre-built on Ostia and then Brundisium, plus you then have some on Carthage. But I don't know if Capua should have one, because Capua offers quite a lot of variety of places to build in. And, you know, it's, for example, it's very possible to build... I'm gonna have to load it up so I can show you what I'm thinking about. Capua would be the next logical map, right? Because Brundisium comes with a block site, and this one, if you populate it with the side houses, you don't even need another block in this map, which is okay. You know, if you do want another block, there are obvious places for it. You could even do something cursed. Oh yeah, there was one on Syracuse there, that's right. I think we don't have it anymore. I could add it. It's not a big deal there. I feel like a lot of people do mess up that high ground and not build efficiently, which is, you know, a learning experience, because when they replay, usually I think they play much better. And the first time around, they just waste a lot of space on that high ground. And yeah, I know, that's the thing. But should I really hold the hand that much? It's a question, because like here, you can have viable strats of nature that you could fit every single house that you need on this high ground. 2 blocks is enough, and you don't need to build anywhere else. But for example, you could also make a block here, and you could make a block here, taking from a single supply hub, and same deal. You just don't use the high ground for, you know, the obvious benefits. But that's the thing. You could also have built here, but that's not the greatest. But I've seen people do it. Or they built patricians there. Yep. Sometimes does happen. Anyway, we'll revisit Capua in a sec. For 75 prosperity, yeah, that's I know, but there's only so much I can do. Because the thing is, you can make the patricians, it's just that I don't feel like they are very good normally, because in their conquer you have trade, that's enough to sustain the population usually, on almost any RC map. And so patricians really don't hold much value apart from prosperity. But keep in mind that some people just struggle with generally getting all Grand Insula, and often they will have 1x1s, or they will just not build in a way that they can evolve all the blocks. They might even have some small casa, meaning you might have to make patricians for them, for their playstyle. Obviously for me, like if I play a map that's sub 80 prosperity goal, I'm just gonna make Grand Insula, I'm not gonna bother with patricians. Yeah, I know. That's all I'm saying, is some of them will have 1x1s. I'm going to stretch that block a little. Gonna move this rock. There's a one odd space, so we should stretch this a bit further. It is probably way too big for the needs of this map, but still. Now with that rock, I do want it to be a thing, but not too difficult, so house here, middle space for a fountain, and we can put a rock right there. That would make you think about placement or not being able to do like a statue in that corner place, which is okay. For a reservoir, the best place for one is around here. But, you know, it depends, because you can also put your dock on the other shore. It doesn't really matter on this one. There are 4 possible spots, you can use any of them. Down here, this is a clay area, and I do use it for that, and it's kind of encouraged to do that, but I've removed a couple of rocks from here before. I don't think that's necessarily very difficult to work with, although I have seen people putting clay pits even like here, so it depends. Because like, for me, this is obviously the industry corner, but you know, some people just don't know that, or can't identify points of interest on the map easily, and so they often make mistakes. But the idea is that if they do that, then this corner it becomes kind of free, and they can put either the temples or anything else they want in here. So there shouldn't be only one way to handle the map is the deal, because I often do... I don't want to build the same block, so I usually delete these trees and build my block like here. That's what I do. So it's Ostia. Brandisium. Get some of that denser farmland. This space should be wide enough for some clay pits and industry now. Hopefully, by the way, you can also have a shortcut here, which isn't necessarily the greatest, but if you do block your side in, then potentially you could bring the food that way, if you so desire. This island is usually not used super well, but there is enough space for like a Grand Temple or two if you really want to, I think. That's enough width. This area is usually for mining, but you could put other things in there. I think I'm happy with the shoreline. There's this, where the dock spots are a bit further away from each other, but it does introduce a little bit of an element of, do I build a slightly further away, or do I use 1 and 2? You can also connect them and, you know, let them share, but that's usually a bad idea, because the cars from this dock wouldn't travel here, and vice versa, which is not what we want. But this is an early map, so you can get away with mistakes of that nature, and your economy will still be enough. There's more than enough money, so it's just things that you could potentially focus on to make it even better. That's how it should be. What I do want to do is put in an extra tree there. It looks kind of isolated. The block pre-design is fine. This cliff, we could expand it, but it does kind of serve its purpose in that usually you'd put some oracles or mausolea, or even nymphium or some small temples up here. That's like the kind of obvious thing to do, because it's the worst place on the map, apart from maybe this corner. So you normally don't want to, you know, build like here, because this is, if you do want to build a second block, this is where you do it. And if you, or here, if you wanted to take from the same supply hub, it could go here. But usually you put your industry around here. Anyway, Brandisium, I don't think it needs many changes at all. Capia farmland, we might have to do some changes to this, and that is clustering the farmland to look a bit denser. We've already removed some rocks from this, several times in fact. Now it's been, you know, it's pretty easy to figure out. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's still an early map, so it can't be too difficult, obviously. should look a little bit better. Otherwise, there's less trees on the high ground now, so that's a thing. Down here, also a little bit less of a forest. Not sure if I want to change any of that. There is a little bit of farmland here, it's a little bit hard to spot, so I might expand that a little. It's just enough for one farm, if you do want it. Normally, you don't need to worry about this though, because there is more than enough farmland on Capia to sustain everyone without any kind of difficulty. Something that we might do is expanding this cliff a little bit towards the shoreline. I know that this is potential block site though, so I don't want to limit it too much, but this area usually is a bit too tight for a good block. But you can still put it and it works, so it depends. There's a decision with the water and farmland, because you can absolutely water people from low ground. It just depends what we want to go for. And I feel like that's okay. This rock we could potentially readjust, just to be able to allow a little bit better industrial layout around here. It's not a big deal. Obviously the best dock spots are here. I could mark them. Not sure if that would necessarily be appreciated. I do sometimes put that in, like I did on my leaders. So let's put that right there just to make people think about that. It doesn't need to be anything obvious, more obvious than this. Dock right there. Warehouse right here. You can have a dock and a warehouse adjacent, which is as much as you can hope for on this little island. This one, dock, warehouse. You can have two warehouses adjacent to this one. This is a little bit narrow, but I don't want to expand it because it would look weird. Usually good enough for some clay or sand, but not much more. And that's fine. So you can also set it up on the other shore. That's usually what you do, is you put more pottery industry around here. Thinking about removing that little rock, but it shouldn't be necessary. The extra tower too should help with this high ground, because as I mentioned, it can be a little bit too narrow for a lot of the designs. This is usually your religious dump site. Not sure if we should expand that. I think it's fine as it is. What I might do is move this exit point a little to be more centered. Otherwise, not really sure. Let's check the music. It's playing, it is. So rock formation is a little bit limiting, but I feel like it does introduce a potential concern with logistics a little bit. For the, you know, if it wasn't here, then you'd obviously either stretch the block much longer, or you would add granaries right there, which right now you want them around here instead. I feel like that's good. We could remove that rock. It does kind of add visual variety. I don't know. Because this is a... if you don't build blocks here, if you do build all people on the high ground, which you can do, then this becomes your Grand Temple spot usually, and or here. I often don't even touch this at all. So it doesn't really need to be expanded in any way. This is usually hard to water from this reservoir. The water range ends around here. But that's fine. You can, if you really wanted to have houses here, you could bring water. So yeah, again, a lot of the changes that we make, these are very light changes. A lot of people might not even notice the exact changes that have been made, unless you are very intimately familiar with the RC. But yeah, the idea is to, one, give more options, and to kind of correct some of the maybe not so great designs, like the farmland clustering, cliffside adjustment to make it look a bit more natural, things of that nature. And I do usually focus on that as well in each consecutive update. It's just that usually I don't always see the same things when I load into it, so you know, it's a process. It's been like 2 years in the making, and oftentimes I load into something and then I obviously see something I could have done even before, and just like, yeah, it's corrected. Tarentum. Probably farmland clustering, yeah. Farmland clustering. Should be done. This earthquake isn't a thing, by the way. That's just a marker. But there is no scheduled earthquake. What I'd like is to reduce this farmland a little around here. Provide a little bit of an incentive to maybe put some workshops or dock here if you do really want to. But you can still put farms on the edge of that, so we'd have to push it even further than that. Normally, you put your mining industry here, and then some manufacturing. Clan Potter industry here. But obviously, there are ways to deal with this, like you could bring water from this water here, make your first block there, then a second one tied to the same granary, 2 blocks, that's all you need to win this mission. Alternatively, a block right here and a block right here is also viable. I've seen that. I've seen a block here as well. It depends what you want, and if you want to set up like multiple supply hubs, then obviously you can have one block here, and then on the other side of the known universe you can have the other one, and that's fine. Militarily, this map is pretty simple, and I do feel like it's fine as it is. It's the first military map, so it shouldn't really be difficult. There are still some numbers of the enemies, so you do need, you know, decent amount of forts. So you need like 5 and some defenses usually. But there's no farmland on this other side now, so you don't have a reason to really be forced to defend it or anything. You can set up a comfortable choke point. Obviously cutting off some space, but that's fine. The docks on this little island, you can put 2 in here, and it does work. The only thing that's a bit light, so that if there's a dock right here, and then a dock right here, then your road goes like so. You have a warehouse right here, and then you can set a second warehouse right here. But that cuts off this little tile in here for this bridge spot. So I'd like to rework that, but I don't know how. You could put the second warehouse a tile more inward, which means that you can have this bridge though. So it's probably fine as it is. It does limit your bridging on this side if you do that, but this water is kind of particular, and if we do adjust it, it would probably result in me needing to redesign the whole water, and I don't feel like doing that. So I think it works as intended right now. It's just obviously there are some ways you could potentially reduce the amount of things you can put down, but it's on a lot of maps, just, you know, it rewards smart decision making, because you can put separate docks elsewhere, but on this map, if you don't want to, you can just cluster 2 docks and let them handle everything, and it works. But if you do waste space, then obviously you might have to add a second dock somewhere completely else and specify the kind of goods that they are trading there. There is a path for an aqueduct here, and that's okay. There's also one right here. You can also bring the aqueduct behind the rocks here if you don't want to waste the middle space. Which is pretty good. We've clustered some of the farmland. I don't know if I want to make any other changes to Tarentum. It feels fine. What I could do is remove this rock. It is limiting the clay industry a bit too much. You know, obviously it was very doable even with that, but I feel like I've seen a couple of cities on this one where people just go like, oh, why is my city not evolving? And yeah, it's usually market issues where you connect your blocks and then your markets can't get efficiently enough. But more so, people tend to waste space, and on this map, it's not that big. So, you know, you can definitely have some issues if you build things in a wrong place. However, there are still variations, so I feel like it should allow you to make mistakes still. I can just cluster this a bit more. Tarako. Some changes have been made. I feel like this water is not a great thing. corners now without rocks, you can put stuff in here. Dark has always been a bit tight on space. I've seen some bad docks though on this one specifically. I've seen people put docks here. That's not the greatest dock. The greatest dock is this, but I'm not sure if you should add a hint to that. I feel like this mining spot has outstayed its welcome. We have plenty of mining spots on the map itself. And it almost no one uses it. It would be much better to just expand that a little. Because people do struggle with space on this one as well, and then when they do, they kind of tend to look for places just like this to put a line block or something like that. Which would help. Not sure how I feel about this little curve. It doesn't look that terrible, but we could consider adjusting that. So I was thinking we could make the trade path go this way instead and make this staircase not a thing. Again, some of these adjustments are a little bit more area defining, but nothing crazy, obviously. I could make it so that you can put a reservoir here and give some water, but that's fine as it is. Adding rocks to this though would be a bit of a problem, because then people could mine from it on the sides because of how the mining extension works for that. We don't necessarily want that on this one. But connecting it would make it too easy to deal with, I feel like. We can test it for mining. If it does allow mining or not. So let's you potentially get a sand pit or a clay pit in here, which I feel like is okay. Your space is kind of at a premium on this one. Now with how this is, you could potentially stretch that block a little bit in this direction instead. I don't quite like how this cliff is though, so what I might do is just rough it up a little, so it looks a bit better. Farmland and farmland clustering. We should think about making that look a little bit more cohesive. Hello, Cloud, welcome. It's pretty cohesive already. We do want to do that here as well. Hello, hello, how are you doing? How's the sheep's mod been treating you? We do want to make the bridge spot maybe a little more obvious. You can have two, it depends which one you want, right? Yeah. This one. I'm fine. Thanks for asking, how are you doing? Bit better. What I would like to do is rough up this a little. Fine as all. Have a week off now. That sounds great. I'll have a week off next month. Which everyone else has been having a week off right now. And that means that I've been at work almost exclusively alone, which wasn't great. But now it's a little bit better. Some people still have vacation or baths though, which means that I'm just, again, there alone. Let's do that. Feel like this is better. Now with clustering, I feel like the farmland is already clustered pretty well. It does look like it's its own thing. If anything, I might just add a little bit here. Make that look better. On this little mining site, I would add another rock to it so that you can still mine from it. It depends how it's set up. It's like that. It's a mine. That's a mine. That would block it off, so it would need to be something like this. Usually I put even a workshop here, but this water, I feel like it does serve a purpose, so I'm gonna keep that. We should take a look at the shoreline here. If it looks kind of weird, we could adjust it. If anything, I might actually just expand this side a little bit. Now this cliff is also a potential, it might need an adjustment. Because the mining spots here aren't that great, honestly. I would probably add a second rock around here, so you can mine a little better. So we remove that one, should add some potential other ones. So, you know, it's not necessary to use all the mining spots, and that's okay. If anything, I might make this corner just farmland instead. I feel like it's fine as it is. This high ground is a little bit awkward, but it's supposed to make you think about, oh, do I want mining, do I want farming here, things of that nature. And you can still fit a really good amount of farms. Obviously you have wheat on this one, and that makes the food production just super good. You do have requests from Caesar for quite a bit, but shouldn't be a big deal. Might think about expanding the width of this a little, but I don't know if I want to necessarily do that. Depends. Because we could make it have a bit more width. But I feel like I like how it is already. You can fit many workshops here already. I've even seen a block here, which was wild, but yeah. Double staircase here, yep, that's fine. Could make it just one and make it a little bit wider, but shouldn't be necessary. You can't have open edges because people would think that that is an invasion point. I just did the farmland. The invasion point is a bit more in the corner. I will probably add just a couple more trees here. Shoreline adjustment. I don't know if you want to do any. two best dock spots are here, obviously. I do want to limit the bridges a little bit, just so you have to think about it. But you could still put them in quite a few places. Not that one though, which we could allow. Instead you have to go here. Might adjust some of this cliffside. We did start with pre-planned blocks before on this one for a while. I feel like it's far enough into the campaign though where you should really design your own blocks, and if you do make decisions that make you waste space, that's your cross to bear. I don't feel like we need to provide that anymore, because you can deal with it in other ways. As you've seen, for example, when Zach played this, he wasted a ton of space on this high ground and he still managed to put the houses like in the middle of nowhere elsewhere, because you can do that. That's why there are the additional places where you normally don't build. What he did though was he didn't plan this water at all, and then he had to bring water from this river. And I mean, there's an invasion point and there's another one right here, so you really don't want to do that. But it can work. It's just annoying because when they bust it, your entire city loses water and it takes a while for them to clear it. 11 tiles thick. Yeah. Yeah. What do you want to do, by the way, if the most efficient is to make a T block here and then put a second one T right here, so you can have T facing this way, T facing that way, two very dense blocks, patricians or another block up here, supply hub, feed all three of them. That's like the most obvious best place or way to do it, but it's been proven you can do it even when making things inefficient, so it's fine as it is. I might adjust a couple of the cliff sides. I do kind of like this space for some workshops though, so I don't know if we want to expand that cliffside necessarily. And up here he built some patricians. I know he had trouble with width of this, even though there is enough space, but you can't really put too many decorations and dead tiles in the middle, because then that would obviously severely limit your block. Because you don't have that much width. I could expand it by one tile to the side, but then that cuts away into the trade area, and usually you would want stuff like either monuments or other things in here, so I feel like that would be a worse thing rather than an improvement. Here, it's not bad. It's pretty fast to immigrate to. It doesn't really matter if it's here or here. It gets extra desirability. You can win this one without patricians, so yep, it can work. I start with this one because I want to anchor it towards the cliff to know how much space I have to work with, but it can work to have it here as well. As your starting one. I'm thinking about expanding the width a little, but I don't know if we want to do that. There's a little bit of a tile right there. Then that looks a little bit weird. We don't want too much clutter. Still not sure about this area in general. This is already pretty good width, but now it's even better if you don't want to bring like a side water or something like that. Plus obviously grand temples, usually I put monuments here because this place isn't needed, but you can use it. And it would help people who wasted a bunch of space. Could add a couple of rocks to this on the low ground to make it look a little better. What has happened to my scrub image? I don't know what you mean by that, but if you mean emotes, we don't have emotes because the channel doesn't have an affiliate status. So I can't have any channel points or emotes or anything like that. Oh, you mean scrub? Yeah, it's bugged. I reported it to Kerry. He said he knows what's happening and I suspect he will fix it in short order, but I don't know when. It's not fixed yet. There's also this. It's also bugged. It's a river entry and exit point. This is the latest unstable. It's still bugged. But Kerry says he knows what's behind it. I'll make this a little more inviting to build in. Whatever answered me. Yeah, I don't know where you reported. There are multiple ways to do it. If you just put it on GitHub, that's usually the best, but it's also possible that people just miss it all the time. There's been a lot of things going on, so, you know, it can happen. GitHub, It is the best way to report it, so I don't know why it was missed, but now it's gonna get fixed, hopefully. When the man himself got to know it exists. I don't know if we should fix it. I quite like this pattern, but obviously I don't want to also cut into this space too much. Could do a little bit of a touch up on this water. I feel like it's fine as it is. It's been increased. The width of this has been increased by a couple of tiles, hopefully making it a little more inviting to build in, same as this. Pretty light changes for Syracuse. I don't feel like the mission needed particularly huge adjustments already, but we'll see. There's this rock formation. I do feel like it plays a vital part in clustering your industry around it, same as this, so I don't want to remove that. With this one, I could maybe consider removing it. It would open up potential block site here more. I feel like it does play a part as well with logistics, as well as just clustering things around it, and that's good, providing some sort of structure, so it's not just an open, you know, pancake of a map. Now with this, what if I made that? How it will look like? I think that might actually be better. For down here. It is a pretty long caravan path and it goes through farmland, so people don't use highway, but there is just 1 or 2 land trade routes on this one, so it's not normally necessary to do a highway at all. The quotas are also not high enough for those, but you can do like a caravanserai. But I need a break, gonna be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's save Syracuse. I feel like it's fine. As it is, the attacks can be a bit large late game, but it caps at 74, so it really shouldn't be that difficult. However, I've seen people lose to the military. I could reduce it a little. Because it does get amplified with difficulty, obviously. $200. Imagine if I left that in. People would be absolutely livid. Let's cap it at 70. It makes a little bit of a difference. It's like 1 less elephant, which can make all the difference, really. Or almost lose. Yeah, like super close to just getting completely wiped out. So it's a slight adjustment. I don't feel like it's gonna make it super easy still, but it will mean that you can more often prevail. Here are 200 elephants. The "you've lost, man, just give up and restart" invasion. No, we don't want to do that, even if someone takes 100 years to win. Win criteria, prosperity 75 is fine, really. You can do patricians on this one. Seen it happen before. The other goals seem reasonable. 7k pop is more than enough. 2 blocks and you can comfortably achieve that. As long as each of your blocks does 3,500, which is viable. You can have almost 4,000 people if your block is exactly 40 houses, which is the most you can get. But even 3 blocks, as I said, T-shaped here, here, and then one smaller one on this high ground, it's more than enough. It's not a lot of rocket science, and if someone does fail at that, they can still use the other land that's available. Save. Let's find the next mission. Miletus. We did adjust this yesterday. I'm not sure how I feel about this cliffside. It doesn't look that great, but the thing is, it always was a bit cramped with that. Pensioners anyway, not if he plays with 38% labor pool, which people who play for hundreds of years, they usually play with 38% fixed labor pool setting. Because obviously they don't like aging, and the aging is kind of bad. I would like to see that reworked so it fits everyone's playstyle way better, and also allows us to, you know, play around with the health more as players as well as map makers. Clustering of the farmland might be a good idea here. Now I'm wondering if we could make it so that you could put 2 farms up here. Because currently that does not happen. I could, if I adjust that staircase, it would. It would allow you to do that. Something like that. And down here, we need to figure out how we want this to look like. I feel like I don't want this. Tired of the music, let's get some Age of Mythology again. Then you can't put one here, but you can put one right here. Then put a staircase road to the side, go down this way. I could just remove the cliff I made here, obviously. I feel like it adds a little bit of a structure to it, which is good in my book. Especially in a desert, we need to focus on clustering it a bit, because people generally don't like pixel hunting for farmland. And it was pretty apparent to me, but when, you know, you're not used to the game very well, then you might have trouble spotting the farmland if it's not clustered well enough. So hopefully that's gonna help clear that up. Hopefully that's good enough. I'm gonna allow that potential bridge spot. What I do want to do though is make this island a tiny bit larger. This might have to be a low bridge then though. I think I like that. Be plenty of empty space to set up blocks in, but again, I've seen people struggle here as well. It really depends a lot on the playstyle, and you just can't make it for everyone, especially because if I make it too easy, then it will become trivial, and it can be very trivial already. If you know what you're doing, Malidas isn't difficult at all. But I've seen people struggle on it, so it's kind of balancing act of not making it trivial while also just kind of allowing more things. I have adjusted certain things, like adding a obvious hint that, you know, good dock spots maybe don't waste this by building random garbage on it. But if someone ignores that, obviously they are master of their own fate, they can suffer. Might reduce that a little. Could remove that rock. Hopefully that's fine. Invasions we increased it by 2 count, which is should maybe make it a tiny little more interesting, but nothing crazy. Set another price increase on clay by 8. It's too easy of an economy on my leaders. We should try to at least adjust that a little bit. We can fall weapons again. Do it by 10. Yeah. As I said, it's if you know what you're doing, Miletus is super simple. Like, you don't really struggle because there is just ample trade. But problem is, if you've watched Zach play it, you've seen that kind of play style where, you know, just his force Volker block took years to stabilize, like years. And so that difficulty curve is completely different for people who play in a more sloppy way. And so we can't really compare. If I did make it so that we who play efficiently will struggle or can't beat it so quickly, then obviously, yeah, I mean, the wheat imports were a thing. It's great mid-game once you have a lot of money and you want that second food type so you can get Grand Insula. It's great, but it's not great early game, and there's fish. Like, there's no reason not to fish. Yes, that is the rot event, but it's just to balance it at least slightly because it's just so obscenely, lucrative. Plus, you can sell fish as well for quite good prices. It's really, a map you breeze through if you know what you're doing. Map you can struggle with if you don't know what you're doing, or you are experimenting, or you just kind of vibing. I don't know how to describe it. So, I feel like I made it a little bit easier on terrain. I've added some more economic difficulty though. So, hopefully it balances out. More clear farmland, slightly more invasion size, but nothing crazy. Hopefully this is good enough of a balance for this one. Let's move on. Inefficiency, basically, but as I said, this is not meant to say, like, he's playing it in the wrong way or anything. Like, yes, he could be playing much better, but that doesn't mean that he can't do what he does. It's just that it's pain to watch because I, know with everything he does how he could have done so better. And that's a problem I have when watching other people play this game, is that, when they artificially build something poorly, then it just doesn't feel good to watch. Or, even, I don't even want to say things all the time because it's pointless. Like, I would be criticizing, and I don't want to be criticizing. However, I think he knows, and Zach even, just to be clear, there's one thing. Zach does this on purpose, by the way. He played the vanilla campaign many times, and he came into the RC thinking, oh, I'm just gonna clown on this. Like, yeah, it's the Reconquered campaign, it's new, it's made for Augustus. However, he still wants to play with vibe. He doesn't want to calculate tiles, he doesn't want to max efficiency things, and oftentimes he will not even do objectives, or he will try to, like, on purpose ignore things that are obviously a problem, or experiment with things. And so, I feel like it's okay, especially because he's not opposed to, like, if he comes into a map and he loses it because he made some mistakes or decisions that were stubborn, he will replay that and he will feel like he learned something. Because if the maps never force him to reevaluate what he's done, then he's just gonna continue bashing his head against it without ever innovating or improving. And that's not a good way to go about it, so I'm not even afraid if he's like, oh, he's gonna play a map and he's gonna lose, it's gonna be a horrible stream. Yeah, I mean, it could be, but also I feel like Zach as a person is kind of built like that, where he often does this. Because he's got tons of experience with the original game, and I know that it doesn't translate to Augustus too well often, but that still doesn't mean that he's like a horrible player or anything. No, he knows what he's doing, and oftentimes he will do things poorly on purpose. So, just backseating also isn't a solution, literally. He oftentimes knows what we all think. Hey Chris, welcome. Grenades at the corner of the block style. No other blocks. Yeah, I mean, that is very common on Twitch as well, but there is a difference, because with these people, they usually are new to the game completely, and so, it's a process to learn things, and that's fine. But also, I wouldn't watch that as content, because I just don't like cringe. I want to usually learn something when I watch something, because I want to improve, and that's kind of a school of thought that I think everyone should come into this game with, is no matter how skilled you think you are, or how things are done in your cities, there's usually always a way to improve what you do. And much as in IRL stuff, if something is disproven or you are shown something better, there is no shame in embracing the future and going with something that works better and making your life better. You don't need to rigidly stick to things and make it personal that you are using something that's objectively bad, because nothing's forcing you to do that unless you really want to. In which case, you know, everyone can play how they want. But if these people, obviously, it's usually inexperience or even just thinking things work like you might think logically, but the game doesn't always follow logic, and there is a significant part which is game logic that you need to kind of understand. But it's like any game, even Age of Empires 2, you might not think certain things until you see them happen or use, see pros using it. And then you figure out, yeah, the game is actually a little bit different than when you just, play with just standard AI. Even Sam can still learn from C3, of course, because when something's changed or added, he will adapt. And oftentimes he didn't start as the ultimate guru of everything either. He is the best player I know, yes, but it is something that he came to understand and also adjust, as I just described, because we all had some inefficiencies in our builds a couple years back, and we just keep perfecting it to a point where we are just miles ahead of the normal curve at this point, where there's been a pretty big gap developing between the casual audience and the pro scene. However, it's not necessarily bad. It's again in any game that happens, but the idea is that the RC is supposed to bring that together, where even pros can enjoy it. Yes, not be super challenged or anything, but enjoy it and play it. They can still do that, and I feel like they can still have custom challenges as well, where Sam has done something like no global Liverpool Massilia, he's done Damascus, only Neptune, Temple, Water, things of that nature. So hopefully that is something that, we will see more of. However, yes, I think even Sam can learn things, especially when things are changed or adjusted with mod development, which happens all the time. Next map. Mediolanum. This one we will need to create a save for, because it is a saved game, in fact. And we need to set up the monument building industry and warehouses when we adjust this. And we will adjust it because there is some need for clarification with farmland especially. So we will be doing that. Although I feel like the northern map does is better at identifying the fertile tiles better. The desert is especially kind of vague with how it looks like, so there we need to clarify it a whole bunch. Here, not so much. This can be a depot, not a farm, but depot. 2x2 spots are also pretty valuable in fertile land. Even though you might see like, oh, I can't build a farm here, this is worthless. No, workshops for vine. Or you can put depots here. It's good to even have 2x2 spots, in short. Same as 1x1s. This one is a potential readjustment area. It is good for early game food. It can't feed your whole block usually because you also feed it to soldiers, but it's vital that this is here. The one thing that you have to think about when you design this is you usually want a highway, and you don't want them to use the high ground because then they would go through the houses and that would cause plague. So you want to kind of strike a balance between how many farms can you fit in here and where to put your highway. Because this is Mediolanum, you want a highway, it is a long map, and you need them to get out as fast as possible, especially because you don't have any sea trade on this one. So yeah. Hopefully we'll preserve that aspect. Yeah, this is Mediolanum. I'm not quite happy with the military area. We already designed that. In a sec. It is changed quite a bit because the normal huge farmland has been distributed across the map. There's been water added with the rivers feeding into each other. I don't like when water is isolated. I like it when it flows from somewhere. That is the obvious places for blocks though. So you can put 2 blocks here, third one in here in this valley. That's 3 blocks. Then you want patricians, so patricians will usually go here. You can do other things though. This doesn't look great, but you can fit a decent block in here. Thanks to all the staircases, you can make a snaking block with water here. Otherwise, you can also build other areas. There's the across river part where some people will build here, and you can. I just don't really want to encourage it much, because the normal playstyle shouldn't force you to do so. As you are, you know, defending the Alps, maybe no reason to go across the Alps, but you can do that. I don't remember how he built them, but I know that I do 1, 2, 3. And it works really well. This is more of a cosmetic area, but I still want to flesh it out a little. He built... Oh yeah, he did. That's right. Like here. And here. Correct. Also almost feeling like making it simpler by cutting this with rocks or cliffs already, so that you don't have to make that wall, but I feel like it's a crucial experience, so that you know what a kill zone is, by walling this off and defending here. Because obviously you have all these cliffs, right? It should be pretty intuitive that you can put towers here, snipe the enemy, and hold them here, while you just wall this in and they will not attack it, as long as you don't put aggro here, which is an experience. Maybe some people lose the first time they do some mistakes, but it should teach you what a kill zone is already. And I feel like that's been even in the original, and we should preserve that aspect. Even if it does mean that some people might lose. We need to readjust the military area now. The crucial part with this is the staircases here have a purpose of not allowing you to bring water into this valley, because it would be extremely tempting for people to put like 2 blocks side by side here if this was open. And we want this to be the military area, really. But I could redesign the area to look a bit better. Don't like how this cliff looks. It is good for towers, but it needs to also look better, and this cliff is super unnatural looking. It is inside the mountain, but still. Adding a little bit of variety should help. Plus this one in general, I need to redesign it. I just don't know how I want it to be yet. So it looks a bit better. Wolves. Feel like I want to move the wolf pack 3. Still not a huge fan of this. Better, I think. This cliff now is a bit obsolete. It does add some structure to the map, but I will change it. You can just add a smaller cliff like that. You don't need that tower defense area. You can have plenty. And you should think about that instead of setting it up more forward. Some crags. Probably fine. It's very tempting to have all the land here, but it's enough space for micro if you want to micro. Plus, that defensive area should really be clustered here, not forward. So I feel like that kind of achieves that. Let's check this cliffside. I might want to readjust it a little. But the space of farmland is kind of tight already. I could move these rocks. That's still only 2 tiles wide, but you can have a depot here. Cluster farmland a little bit more. The bridge spots here. They are a bit awkward, but you can fit stuff in. That rock is kind of weird. I'd do that. Now I see another cliff that might need an adjustment. Some of them just look a little bit weird. That's okay. Should result in a even better block site over here, even though this little corner is actually the limiting factor on the block width here. So we should play, yeah, make that a little bit better. No, this farmland, we have not clustered that yet, so let's do so. This is a block site. It is relatively tight. So I'd like to expand the possibilities here a little bit. Still deal with the water though. But that's a pretty good site now. The quarry area, I'm not sure if you want to change it in any way. It's been pretty good for the purpose it's been made for. What I would do is probably add a little bit of a rock outcrop here, so that people can also mine from that. We'll need to create a save for this one, because we need to place bridges, or a bridge, and then also the initial monument building industry. So I just want to be absolutely sure that I don't want to make any other adjustments when we push that. I'll still have to rebuild it for the German version probably, but that shouldn't be a big deal at all. Usually I put my oil industry here, so it's a place for an extra workshop. Nothing crazy. Let's make a save. Let's create that scenario. Let's put the warehouse down first. I want to plan them in such a way that it makes sense for the player even later. Multiple these. I need to wait until I can do that. Says for the warehouse to operate, a road tile is no longer required. It can be placed near highways or stairs. Yeah, I know. I still like the road though, so you can put workshops behind it or whatever. Because if I do put it clustered like that, that would probably make people feel like it's too restrictive with placement and then relocating warehouses. It's not a big deal, but people generally struggle with that. So I'd rather make it so that you can still make some decisions with this. Yes, it could be one tile closer to each other. It's not a big deal though, at all. Still miles better than the, like, old school placements. Just looking for a conquered Mediolanum save. There we go. Save it. Then unpause. Need to wait a month probably, but we'll mothball these. Can mothball the warehouses as well. They should still receive the resources. I'm gonna wait until the resources are deposited. Curious. Maybe we need to unmothball the warehouses. Yes. Oh, another thing. I forgot to place the mausoleum. Okay, let's load. Gonna make a nymphome instead. Hex. Yeah, that's the setup. I need to start the player with that because there are no small temples on this map. How's the cheat to find it? Maybe someone in the chat now. Finish monuments without a dot. Okay. I don't use cheats often, so I usually have to look them up. There you go. Bridges here. No, I want them to be finished. So they start with an infam already at 750 pop covered, plus you have the materials and the concrete workshops to build up further oracles or whatever you want. That's the start you should do. Anyway, we've created the save. Let's go ahead and make sure we have it. Cat named Mittens is the set for the main one. Ridiculous. The names of the songs in the Age of Mythology soundtrack are all kind of weird. They also are kind of weird in Age of Empires 2, but not quite ridiculous. Such as this. Yeah. Can definitely feel the mittens from the music. No, I really have no idea what it has to do with mittens, but oh well. That is the luck denim. We should possibly use some native stuff that's new on this one. We just need to figure out what the best spot would be for that. It does not have any risk, it just has desirability increase around it, and I feel like this middle area could definitely use that. You would have to plan your block around the thing, but I feel like it would also be good, because there's usually this valley, which isn't even needed if you play right. So having such a thing here, I feel, would be good, especially if it's like above the native hut somewhere here. Otherwise, like, we need to cluster farmland a little. It's already done in a lot of areas, but not so much in others. Like, this is a pretty decent clustering already. We could just add a little bit here, so it visually merges better. Also, it's better if it's not like one continuous piece, but if it's like, you see the different areas have a little sparser and then denser areas, it looks better. And it also is easier to spot that way. Same for this though, and this one is gonna be a little bit more difficult to cluster well, but it should still be possible. Same as these. Now with the natives and the trade here, I've removed the hut, so now you can have a dock without even having an adjacent risk, which was a thing before. Hopefully that makes people consider that more. I don't like this water much, but there isn't really a super straightforward way to make it better. Except maybe if we did this. Make it impossible to build a reservoir below the meeting center. Have I done that? Or you mean here? I've seen people use this water. But you can't put a reservoir here anyway. If you mean here, then I'm fine with that. You should be using this water, but if someone doesn't want to, then, you know, they can do whatever they want. Can put it here as well. Water. 2 dock spots. I'd like them to be kept, but I need to figure out how to make this better. I think I might have a way by redesigning this. Is that better? I don't know. Just a little bit down, right of the native center. Ah, yeah, this, right? You mean this? Glitchy natives? Yeah, yeah. I know. But this is a farm spot, and you can't put a farm here. And I want that to exist. And farm is a 3x3. Okay. I mean, people should realize, though, that, like, that's a native area. You can't put stuff there. It's specifically so that you might trigger them on accident, and then if they realize, oh, this is how natives work, you know? I know, it causes the bug, but maybe the solution is to fix the bug and not, you know, cripple map design. Just an idea. Let's see. I'll make it like this instead. Should be pretty, you know, obvious that they will mind that, especially now with the watchtower. Stuff. What did we want to do? Clustering farmland done, except here. I still am not happy with this design. I'd like that to look a bit different. But it's such an awkward shape. This is fine. You have to contend with the natives to have it. Yeah. Or there is gonna be a clear path, which I will probably clear right away. Because you usually see people at least bridge to that spot. I don't know if we should limit that. Let's remove that native. There is, but it's early game farmland, and that's when that matters. It's always been here since the earlier versions of the RC. And yes, you can cart over this, but it's an option. That is usually, yeah, I also never use it. That is in each map of the RC. There is 1/3 extra either food or farmland. You know, it's either imports or farmland to be available. And that's important, because some people will not use the intended area. And yeah, it's like, it makes it easier, for sure. And I don't even use it. Like, I do use this, but not that. Still, it should be a thing. Just to make potentially, if someone puts a reservoir wants houses here, they can get away with slightly better layout. Would even go as far as to make this tile happen. There's no access to water here as well, if someone wants clay or reservoir, but this area is a bit cursed for that. But you can put even a hippodrome in here if you want to. That's what that area is for, really. It's monuments. This is wider and less rocks than normal. We can put a really monstrous block in here. Same as the islands, really. But that's okay. Simplify the trade a little, which is fine. We just have issues with the natives all the time. When they block the trade. I'd put a tiny bit of a road here. Looks fine. We could somehow make this accessible, but I feel like it's so pointless of an area. Who would build anything here anyway? It doesn't need to be accessible. What I might do is reduce that rock a little for visual variety. But you can bridge here, put like clay pits. Here you can have 2, I think. Which is pretty good, because this area is your main trade center and it usually is pretty clustered. I would probably add a rock to the staircase, but that corner is a bit weird. So I'll do it this way instead. What about these rocks? Yeah, I don't quite like how some of these are. Hey GG, welcome. Doing fine. How are you doing? Working on my PhD thesis at the moment, babysitting on my rightful Sunday. Sounds pretty intense. Don't like the shape of this. There. I think Lugdunum is fine now. There is no bridging, so no need to create a save file for it. Is that correct? I'm gonna just take a look, I guess. Tarsus is the next save. Medilanum, Carthago, Tarsus, Lutetia, Londinium, Lindum. Okay, I'm gonna take a minute break. Gonna be right back. All right. Switch back. So we've done Lugdunum. Next up, it's Carthago, isn't it? Yep, it's Carthago. So Cartago looks like this because all the natives will be demolished on the map start, freeing up the land as ruins. That's intended. We'll have to rebuild the map with forums again. There have been some dock spots I've blocked in the last patch on the islands. Now you are exclusively supposed to trade here, which is fine. It's the Carthaginian harbor. I feel like the limiting of dock spots here is viable and valid. You can also put docks on the side if your throughput isn't good due to travel distance. I would like to adjust a couple of cliffs at least, but we should start with farmland clustering, as always. This is already pretty well clustered, actually. This one is a bit risky to use. But it's okay, it's an option. Never used it myself really though. It's a bit too spicy for me. Okay, cliffs. There is a bunch that we could adjust. I don't know how much I want to tinker with that. Depends. I feel like the map already has options to go for. The natives are slightly awkward on being on the cliffs and in the south here. Not a huge fan of how they are set up, but before native rework, I'll keep them like this. We'll adjust them later. If the native mechanics get reworked extensively, then we could potentially see some other changes to that. I'll open up this land here. Yes, it's a closer warehouse, but if someone wants to exploit the natives, they should be able to. A little bit better. Otherwise, what do we have? I want to adjust this cliff a little. I don't like how that looks. Looks a bit better. Side here, there's a bunch of rocks for mining, mostly. Don't feel like we need to adjust it too much. This is obviously a decent block spot you can put stuff in once you do the 2 blocks. You usually want a 3rd one, and the best spot for that is here. Alternatively, it could be here. And then you can have, or you could potentially have patricians or plebs split up, but it's not uncommon to put grand temples up here as well. It really depends what you want. It also depends if you chose the Caesar path or not, obviously. Clean up that rock a little. The islands should be pretty good for fishing. That's that, and maybe some temple sites or something, but it's not for docks. Docks go here, which we've widened the area for them a little, I think, so you can put a better layout. Otherwise, nothing really that feels like I should adjust it. Maybe this cliff a little, because it feels a little bit weird with the natives on it. Just don't know how it's gonna look like. I feel like that's a bit better. Let's make the Carthago save. Save. Yeah, I think this is as intended to set up. At least I hope so. We wanted an event on this one where we allow the rebuilding of forums if you lose any, but the thing is, if you do lose any, that's kind of on you, and there's 3 of them, plus you can have a senate, and there is ample trade, so you don't need to tax all the blocks, nor should you really. So I feel like the restriction is valid. Don't think we will be allowing that. Next up, Tarsus, which also requires a setup. And I need to figure out which kind of thing is the most up-to-date version, because I have two of them. Testing dock. No, it's not the testing, it's this. This dock was bugged before, because of the narrowness of that. But you don't really want to build a dock here. I know Sephirex did, but that's because he just thinks in a different way than most people. Like, best dock is here, no contest. This is far away. It's worse, much worse than this. So why would you do that? Well, if you don't know how things work, then you would do that. So that's why some people apparently did that. Anyway, maybe we should fix it. By fix it, I mean do it in a way that the dock no longer fits. This isn't great for the ship travel, so I'll fix that as well. This tile is probably a blocker as well. This one might be, but I don't want to straighten it too much. Guess you can have it like that. That's more wharf spots, yeah, great. Doesn't really matter. There's no farmland on Tarsus, so we don't need to concern ourselves with that. There's a bridge spot. I'm always not happy with the military setup on this map because it's just so weird. Also, you can cheese the invasions by building a bridge here and here. It's gonna inflate your trader pathing, but it will mean that they spawn here and they can't go anywhere. But I just hate when the water doesn't go anywhere. So I kinda have to have this. We could cancel that and then put up a possible path for them to go through the mountains if you do cut them off like that. It's just gonna probably look pretty weird. But it's about time we fix that. Otherwise, this cliff looks pretty terrible. Like to at least do something like this. Yeah, I don't like how it looks. I specifically don't like when the water doesn't flow anywhere. But it's an exploit and people do use it, so I should fix it. And this is the only way to fix it. It's already, you know, we can look at this water right here, how it looks, right? I can show you like the OG Tarsus. Look at it. Look. Look at it. A despair. Who made this? Who made this? Who? Who made that? I want to know. The fuck? Yeah, it's... I think we can still accept that there's gonna be, you know, that little missing thing. This is what we compete with, okay? Geometric. Yeah, that's not clean, that's geometric. Even from bird's eye view, it's just abysmal though. Like, this is something you would draw with the largest brush in like 3 minutes. So I think we can accept that not having that is a thing. It's to prevent an exploit, I have to do it. Otherwise, block sites. There is quite a few. You can have 3 blocks clustered here. Feed everyone like that. Patrician's urine. That's like the best thing. Next best thing would be to use either this or this for like a smaller pleb block as well. Or you could put some people here. I've seen a block here as well, but there are wharfs. You want those wharfs, usually. In terms of mining, there's been a restriction somewhere. I don't know if I remember, but there's a tile where you can't mine from a place and you're supposed to. No, it was not that. It was that it's mutual exclusive and some people just, oh, why can't I put stuff there? Well, sometimes it's like that. You have to pick. Now there's just plenty of mining. This, I think if you build it here, then obviously you can't go and place another mine here. But you could, if you put it 1, 2, 1, 2, then this tile, yeah, this tile cuts off that. It's awkward. So let's fix it. Another site like that was somewhere up here. Pretty sure. No, it looks pretty clean right now. This cliff though. Okay. I feel like Tarsus didn't need much of an adjustment at all. Let's save. Let's make that save happen because we need to build a bridge. Was it a low bridge? Yeah, low bridge to start. Dangerous, we already adjusted. Volunteer, we already adjusted. Volunteer need 14, which is Letitia and then Caesarea. Two short bridges were forgotten across the river. Thank you. I will fix it. I just remembered. Let's save this for now. Go into that save. Pause immediately. Build low bridge. You're right, because it needs to be right here. You can also have one right there later as a shortcut. I use it, but it shouldn't be necessary. Let's save that. Let's go back to the main menu. That's the problem with not being able to put bridges down in the editor, because now I have to make the saves instead, which is annoying as fuck. But, you know, I know it's a limitation. Hopefully we'll remove that at some point, because it's just... It doubles the possible mistakes you can make, and it requires you to juggle files for no reason. No reason at all. I don't like this soundtrack. Let's run some StarCraft music, I guess. Don't like this water. Ah, that's why it was like that. I see. I don't think I've ever used this farmland. Yeah, I don't think so. It's here, I guess. That needs to be extra on each map. The paths. The cliffs can be a little bit awkward, but there's always enough space. It's just that we can't put many rocks here to decorate the cliffs much. It kind of looks awkward a little bit. Any other changes sound to do first? Militarily, it's fine. This native area also isn't the greatest. Like I want that. Yes, it does limit the place you'd normally put like an actor's colony or a gladiator school, but you can figure out another solution, and this will make that higher get out a little bit better. Yep, looks decent. This can be blocked off. The other one is accessible straight away, which is important. Dock areas, this has been expanded as well, I believe. Not a huge fan of this cliff. This is your main kill zone. If you plan the invasion points right, this is the best kill zone. But yeah. I'm not gonna adjust that further. Some bedrock. Need to make a save. So there's a bridge that needs to be built, or two. Hey Galaxy, welcome. Caesarea. It's gonna be difficult to cluster farmland without it being trivial, because there's a limitation on farmland. Mm-hmm. Gonna be leaving it pretty sparse on this one. With the farmland. Normally I'd adjust it to be more cohesive, but not here. Quite happy with Caesarea already. If I would change anything, maybe the little trade island isn't always the greatest. It's fine. I'll have to order some food though, because I'm getting really hungry and I don't have anything at home. So let's order something. Question is, what would I like even? Didn't have any fried chicken in ages, so I'm probably gonna have that. Pizza or burger? I'm gonna get fried chicken because I haven't had that in ages. I have Mexican pretty often. Like just, I've been playing Thea. Yeah, it might have something to do with me playing Thea music on stream. It's just, you know, subconsciously adding the need to, physical need to play Thea upon your Maslow's pyramid of needs. which is even higher than avoiding taxes. Yeah. I also want to play Theo, but just have so many games I want to play and not enough time. But I'd for sure enjoy some. May or may not be related, yeah. I'd play some Theo on stream today if I was done with the map making, but it's taking ages. Gonna be right back. Alright. Let's check what I have in this playlist. This looks fine. Hopefully nothing with copyright. We'll see. Yeah, I don't think we need to adjust this area almost at all. It's pretty much as I would want it to be. It is a desert, so the farmland is a bit awkward to spot, but it's always around an oasis. So this should be pretty intuitive. I'll expand that by tile. Damascus. This is where I'll probably do some clustering. There is way more farmland around the East Oasis. Main problem is it's a desert, so it never looks right. Honestly, a lot of it looks pretty good already. thinking about adjustment, but on this map as well, I don't feel like it actually needs any. As it's pretty straightforward. There is a whole element of strategy with bringing water to various bits of it, but that shouldn't necessarily be a problem. Could add some native stuff. How does the desert monument look like? It's a pyramid, right? This would be, but there is no pyramids in Damascus, nor are they in any other map where we play in the campaign, which means that this asset will not be used ever, which is fine, I guess. It has a place in many other custom maps, obviously. Not the RC though, because none of the maps are cited in, you know, Egypt. But we could still place some watchtowers. What about the old hut? Just one native hero, let's give him a friend. What about their decor? Sure. That's fine. Wandenim. Damascus. I think my favorite map in the RC is Calidus. Really? I find it's kind of weird. Because yes, you have to strategize with the water, that's unique. Then you have lots of land trade, pretty fast, so you want to capitalize on that. Pottery being locked, no taxation almost to speak of. So there are definitely things that go for it. However, oftentimes I feel like it gets a little cramped. Yeah, the industry here is ridiculous. Which is pretty good. You know, it feels good to mass produce things and not having taxes much, because then it really emphasizes efficiency and throughput. I've added some native towers, a monument or two, or decoration, not monument. A couple of alternative huts. But nothing crazy, I'm not changing it much because I'm already quite happy with how it is. Yeah, for sure. Unless you make the Grand Temple to Mercury, which you kinda want for the trade. Then you have Plaza, and Plaza just means, you know, trivialization of the desirability. I'm looking for Londonim. But early game and mid game, before you get the Mercury Grand Temple, it definitely can be a bit limited on desirability. By the way, if you finished the RC and you haven't left a review yet, you should probably leave a review. It helps the campaign. But I don't know, it's hard to keep track of who has leaving a review or not. But I assume you've completed it. So you've said you did, I think. So it'd be good. Yeah, thank you. To be clear, I do not ask the review out of people who help me with making the campaign, because I have some people who do art or translation or things of that nature, or just heavily involved as testers, in which case I will not ask them for a review because I want it to be impartial. But since you are an outsider, that's completely valid. Even if you are on the Augustus dev team, that doesn't mean anything because the campaign is its own thing. It's not a part of Augustus, as in the same project. But it does help a ton to get the campaign to people's attention, which is what it should probably do, because I feel like it's pretty good. A lot of people think so, which is nice. This is fine. Alright, yeah, that's been the older version, the slightly older version. I keep updating it, but obviously like a lot of this stuff is kind of the same. But there are new things, like I quite like this, for example, like this has been added. It is inaccessible, but it just feels like a natural thing to see. I like it. I don't like that cliff shape though. So there are like all sorts of small adjustments, but if you've played it, that version shouldn't be too different from the one that is currently available, or this one, in fact. No problem. so we done farmland adjustment. Now we could do some cliffside adjustment if I feel like it's warranted, and I feel like here it might be. Just to make that look a little bit better. There are some bridging possibilities which weren't the greatest. Yep. That's a bridge spot, but these two aren't. As long as there is a couple, I'm happy. These are docks though, so you would want that. You can have a bridge here though. There's plenty of bridge spots, it's fine. There's like 5 separate ones you can get, and then up to like 8 if you're willing to sacrifice a dock, which you don't need to. Yeah, I don't like that. So that is the reason for it to not be like that. Getting into it a bit here is fine. There's more than a farmland. The map itself. These two are new block sites. I don't think I've used them previously when I played London, because you can really squeeze out the city here if you really want to. I'll expand the cliff a little. So where usually you would put your religion or monuments, stuff like that. This back area was intended to be able to put some temples here, but it doesn't translate in practice. It's way too narrow and awkward. So I'd rather merge it. So connection for logistics, we should keep that. The military, it does rely on fort blocks quite a bit, which maybe isn't what we should aim for anymore. But the military update is not in yet, so we don't quite have the legit options of how to limit movement yet. So I don't actually know if I do want to do that, because it would objectively simplify it quite a bit. Sorry, call. Alright, my food's here, so I'm gonna have to pick it up, and then I'm gonna have it, so let's have a little break. Alright. This is a quick snack. Let's get it back. Can you see it? Yeah. Okay. So what are we doing? London Inn. Yeah, couple changes I could do. Nothing drastic though. I feel like the map is fine already. What I might do is tweak the military a little. I don't like how it currently plays. I never really liked how it plays on this map. Previously it was way more rigid. Right now it's less, but still annoying, uninteresting. What I do is probably put a couple of ramps here. Something like this. It's not perfect, but at least it makes you think about the kill zone a bit better. Now, the second approach here, you usually fort block it and then you don't need to deal with it at all anyway. So why even kinda have it? I mean, it does emphasize strategizing, but I feel like it doesn't really need that on this map. There's plenty of other maps like Sarmiseka where you do need to think that way a lot. But here, yeah, if anything, I just don't really think it adds much. So I'd rather merge it. Still not a huge fan of this area overall, but it will do. I could expand that cliff, make it slightly harder to fit a block here, but instead make sure that the hill itself has some use. I think that's a valid exchange. Not sure if I changed much else. There needs to be a bridge, so we need to make a save. This area is a bit awkward, but it's good for furniture industry if you want to use that. There are natives. Could. I don't feel like making a monument on this map though. Probably not something we should do. Let's make a save. Go and make the save game. I've played this a couple days back when we were testing the native trade things. I don't feel like I would really change much. I mean, the map is pretty simple, and now even more so with being able to just specify the natives. But mainly it's because of the local materials plus taxes are not really limited. but I can't limit it on every map because then they will feel very similar. So they should each have their own little theme, and for some executives that is the natives. So as long as you know how the natives work, you will be able to win quite easily, at least from experience. Obviously, some people might struggle, like, you know, that's something that could happen, but I really don't think you should. As long as you experiment with natives and know how they work at least a little bit. It's quite a lot of relying on fort blocks, but that's good. What is not good is this cliff is making it a little bit awkward to do. This map we do want to keep that aspect, but we should modify this cliff a little. The thing about that is this is a hippodrome site and it's pretty good as it is. What I could do is just expand that cliff instead of shortening it. Which then makes it so that this is a fort block. And that's okay. Can be like that. Otherwise, would I change anything? Not sure. I feel like it's pretty good already. There is plenty of mining sites. In general, I did put monuments up here because it's a pretty good site for that. Here, it's a little bit narrower than I would like for the initial clay trade, so I might redo this a little. And also, I don't like the shape of that cliff at all, so adjusting that is pretty good. But yeah, let's remove those. But add a couple of rocks here for mining, if you wish. Otherwise, you don't even need most of the sites. I had block here, here, and then here and here. 4 blocks, and the patricians. Which meant that I was left with quite a lot of land. This whole area and this whole area was unused. So this feels like there's a pretty big leeway already. Now, you do not know initially that you should be preserving your wharf spots, which is potentially something you might want to know. So adding that to the instructions might not be the worst idea in the known universe. But I feel like that's the kind of point of the event, is so that you originally build something and then figure out how to optimize and still manage to fish at least some. And plus, obviously, you could also import, but I don't want highway usually, so fish is better. On this one, we might do some decorations, but I don't think monument would fit this map too well. Unless I'm like really sure I want it somewhere. But what I would do is a couple watchtowers. these do not have native risks, so no reason to think that it would trigger the natives. It won't. It's just for desirability and getting some small little things that are kind of hidden away, which I feel like will add a little bit of variety. But it's gonna have very limited or no impact whatsoever. No save needed. Now let's go to Lindum. We've already done Lindum though. Haven't we? Yeah, I just need to make a save of it. This one does have a native monument. Big cluster to farmland, sort of. I was thinking changing this native hut. This one is a bit better. This invasion point always has been a bit annoying, but that's just how it's gonna be, I think, because there's no way making it not annoying. You just have to build up in such a way that you don't build all the way up to the natives if you want to be safe. Of course, if you choose the peaceful path, then you wouldn't have to deal with so many attacks, so that's easier. I just realized that it might confuse people that this is the stone circle. While in fact in the events I'm thinking about talking about this, but there is the square markings, so they should look for that. What we do need is at the start set up a monument. I think Nympha should be a starting monument here. In the save we need to do that and the bridge. Otherwise I don't feel like we need to adjust much on this one. I've already done some adjustments yesterday, in fact. Let's build it in the construction kit. And this nymph home should cover the native tiles at least somewhat, so you are motivated to make the first block synergizing with the event. But I don't want to touch the squares because it's gonna turn them into pavement, and that's gonna look really weird. And Massilia we modified already. I'm gonna just quickly take a look at if we need to modify the farmland to be more cohesive or not. And then we'll build the German version of the RC as well. It's pretty good. Yeah, I don't think we need to clarify that anymore. We changed some stuff on Massilia as well. Let's drop a save. Now let's go and make the RC build, meaning I'll go into C3. Let's do saved games. Date. Lindum, Londinium, Lutetia, Tarsus, Carthago, Mediolanum. Take these. Go into campaigns, Reconquered campaign, scenario. Go back into scenarios. Take them all. Even the versions which we don't need, I provide them anyway, because I might lose the files. It's good when we need to modify them in the future. Drop it into scenario. That's modified. Anything else I need? No, I think it's done. So now, campaigns, unzip this. And patch notes. Let's copy the ones I made yesterday. So it's just music, I think it's copyrighted. Yes. I'm gonna start with I should add some notes for some of the other maps. We've done a lot today. I don't even remember. I should have been taking notes. But I've got the stuff we've written yesterday, which is something. And I think super important, I would like to mention, probably not. I think we've just generally improved it. I'll keep some of the notes there, that's fine. Let's update. It's gonna take a little while because it usually does. He's a Muslim, welcome. I've been reading a lot of exciting updates from Augustus, yes. There's been a ton of things added, and more are to come. We need to build a German version now, which is gonna be annoying. But let's get this. I'm gonna open it just to make sure. It doesn't want to dip. Pun. Okay. It doesn't want to open here, which is annoying. I don't know why it wouldn't do that. I need it in... I guess I'm gonna update my VSC. No. Okay. Well, that's just great. Anyway, I'm probably gonna do that off screen because it's just gonna be shuffling around files, putting it into every single map, and then doing the saves from it. It is no need for you to watch that, so I'm just gonna go here. I hope it's been at least a little bit fun seeing the changes that we've made and how it's gonna play out. It's gonna depend on some testing. We'll see. Anyway, I hope I can get the German version out today and then we can test if it works and how it looks like. So thanks for watching. See you around. Bye.